Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to day number 27, day of LJ 2020, and today we're going to be doing 2 racist jokes episodes and a book review on Street Gang. Now, this comes off of Jim Lehre's memory, and the book review I'm doing is for Carol Spinney and Jim Lehrer, so there you go. For those of you who don't know who Carol Spinney is, he was the voice of Big Bird and Oscar in Sesame Street for the past nearly 50 years. And for Jim Lehrer, he was an anchorman for 36 years in NewsHour. Let's just go ahead and do it now. See what we got, shall we? See what we got. Anyway, first things first, with the candidates, because I'm about to start the end credits now, is that I'm gonna go ahead and oh man. So bleed. That's one of the closing themes for the episode 32. That's the first one. So let's go ahead and do this now. Come on, really? Still loud, but anyway. And then what we're going to do is bring Jim into this, but anyway.
One thing is never going to change, and that's our mission.
Let me turn up the TV so we can all hear this.
I am not in the entertainment business.
I'll just do this and come up with a ghost plan. So, it's at the end of the episode, so there you go. No. Just stop. You know what? I can't just do that. Just go back in the instance. Please. Clip and no. Stop.
People often ask me if there are guidelines in our practice of what I like to call McNeil-Lehrer journalism.
And then all that will be echo.
People often ask me if there are guidelines in our practice of what I like to call McNeil-Lehrer journalism. Well, yes, there are. And here they are. Do nothing I cannot defend. Present every story with the care I would want if the story were about me. Assume there is at least one other side or version to every story.
That was stupid. Yeah, that's how I feel when it gets happening, you know? You know, I was gonna save this for later, but for right now, it's time for me to do something, you know? These jokes seen here.
Why, hello, Miss Spinster. Resting the bunions indoors, are we? In there. In there.
Actually, yeah. Yeah. It's cool though. Well, oh man. Nostalgia great. Do this for change.
Timing! What's this? Tender. I just saw the June box.
Oh boy, the legendary box where Finster hides all the toys she confiscates from kids until school's over in June.
And I got a sweet little plan under my cap that'll get those toys back a whole lot sooner than June. Sooner than June.
The same exact month as my birth month, by the way. Continue. But anyway. Recess Jokes, episode 41, taping, part, 1. Save. Bergman, by the way. Continue.
Not so fast, Teach. Something stinks around here, and I think it's in that trash can.
I'm gonna get Oscar. Oscar. Okay. Help! Number 158. Search of Sesame Street. No. Sesame Street. Jesus Christ. What now?
Who is kicking my can?
Oh, hi, Grouchy. Hey, Mr. Grouchy, I wanted to play a game, but everybody's
Play a game?
busy. Could you play a game with me?
You kick my can and bother me and expect me to play a game with... I don't play games with little furry monsters and...
Grouchy, would you please, Mr. Sugar, would you play a game with me, please?
Please? Boy. Wait a minute. Here. I'm gonna play a little game with him that will make him never want to play with me again. Sonny,
Someone wants to play a game.
yeah, I'll play a game with you here.
No. Yeah, that was the sound of a car. Coming to... That was cute. What was that? Let's see. You think of... Yeah.
Will you please go away and leave me alone?
I think it's in that trash can.
Will you please go away and leave me alone?
Say, trash cans aren't supposed to have feet.
Oh, is that so? Oh, is that so?
Not that smart, Bert. How can you say that?
And so they wouldn't see my mouth moving. I said, and then echoing, he's saying, "Get your head burrowing through the
Rockin' down the highway, get out of my way. Out of my time, huh?
Cans aren't supposed to have feet.
Oh, is that so?
Rockin' down the highway, get out of my way.
Okay, guys, who wants to play kick the can? Okay, guys, who wants to play kick the can?
Sully, we're almost on.
Damn straight, back in your NK land. Yes, beat it.
Could you come up for a second? I have something very important to tell you.
What is it? What is it?
I really like you a whole lot.
You talking to me?
Well, there's nobody else here.
Just look at the size of this radio cone. With trash big as this, why would any grouch roam? This trash can is perfect, I'll make it my home. It's full of such lovely trash. Don't thank me. And stop calling me dear fellow, and I am not kind.
One certainly knows where one stands with a grouch. There's no doubt about that.
Now, it takes a lot of skill.
Microphone face, you ever gonna stop talking? Yak, yak, yak. Anyone home here? Hey, can't you read? Hey, you, Mr. Moocher, this isn't a reading room. Either buy it or beat it. Hey, why are you all standing here staring at me? Scram! Get lost!
Have a nice day.
Have a night! Yes, I love.
Have a nice day.
Have a night! Yes, why are you all standing here staring at me? Scram! Get lost!
day.
Have a nice
Yeah, that's what I think about Ultimate Slash Qual, but anyway. The lostful days, but anyway. Once I finish downloading this will go ahead and finish off what I love. Don't beg me. I don't know what to do here. You talking to me? Anyway. How much longer is gonna download this thing? A few minutes maybe? I don't know.
Get on! Scram! Get lost! Scram! Get lost!
Scam.
Have a nice
God. This whole smoke into the area, oh my god. Oh, it's finished, okay. So let's go.
But tonight, dramatic events make it appear that after 25 years... Oh, all right. What a relief.
microphone face. You ever gonna have a nice
Have a nice day. Have a nice day. Have a nice day. Have...
nice day.
Have a nice
No, don't kick, don't kick.
Then get your can away from us, Randall, or else.
Either buy it or beat it. Hey, why are you all standing here staring at me? Hey, why are you all standing here staring at me? Scram! Get lost!
Man, the kid just can't mind other people's business anymore.
No.
More candy.
Get lost. Yeah, I'll just have Cliff lost in the grouch from this happening anyway. Love it. Have smoke? Oh no. Oscar, okay. Oh, I see where this is going. Next up, we got.
The archer to say.
What?
That's not wet paint.
Man, the kid just can't mind other people's business anymore. Man, the kid just can't mind other people's business anymore. More candy. So Daddy takes me by the cosmetics counter at Zoll's department store and buys up all the Princess Pretty lip gloss. So that's why I had to settle for Lucy's lacy lip lather. Just keep it coming, ladies. Ew, it's a rat thing! Get out! There is nothing lower than a snitch. Miss Finster!
Ah, Randall, just the boy I was looking for. Now tell me, Randall, what's that over there?
The naughty box?
Yes, Randall. And what do I like to see that box filled with?
Ne'er-do-wells and miscreants?
Ne'er-do-wells and miscreants. And what do you see in there now?
Nothing.
Bingo! It's empty! Just like the snitch reports you've been handing me all week. I trust you have something a little more satisfying for me today. Just as I suspected. Randall, it pains me to say it, but you've hit the wall. You've lost the touch. You're off your game.
But I still get my cookie, right?
I'm afraid not, Randall. Touch. You're off your game.
But I still get my cookie, right?
I'm afraid not, Randall. Snacks are for snitches.
I hate you.
She's right. I am off my game. Say, what's this? The Tylers. I can always count on the Ashley's little brothers for some moist little morsels from home.
Like that.
Yeah, then my sister Ashley Q said, duh, like not like.
Does Ashley Q know you know that?
Of course not. I was hiding in the mink drawer of her Louis Couture's wardrobe.
Hiding in a piece of furniture. What a truly tantalizing tidbit of Tyler Tattletale technology. Wait till you hear
Gee, I wonder why. Because if you get to kidnap the Tyrers this way, that will be unnecessary that way. So let's just continue on, shall we? See what we got. Gee, I wonder why. Because if
Wait till you hear the Wait till you hear the uproarious rumor I heard curled up under Ashley B's stuffed animals. Howdy, Tyler. Curled up under Ashley B's stuffed animals. Howdy, Tyler. What's the word? Mum's the word with you here, Randall. Howdy, Tyler. What's the word? Mum's the word with you here, Randall. You know something? I'm gonna take a break and edit this episode as soon as I'm done, so but that'll take me hours to make Reese's Jokes episode 31 because I don't know what to do once I get done with this episode. Then this will take time, so there you go. But anyway, I'll come right back. And when I get back, I may do Research Jokes episode 3. 1, final days, final times in editing. 32 will be seen tomorrow. I'm not sure. But as for book reviews, I have to do this today. Otherwise, I have to push it back to tomorrow or something like that. We'll see what happens. But in the meantime, I'll be right back.
Welcome back to LJ 2020, day number 27. I'm now officially going to get ready to start reading a book called Street Gang, chapter 5 of this book. So now I'm ready for episode 6 of book reviews, episode number 20, episode 6 right now. And before I do this, let me eat some candy and delete some stuff at the moment. So there you go. And we'll get start from there. So there you go. Let me go ahead and do this now. No, stop. Thank you. Go ahead and do this now and see how many. Good. Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to Book Reviews, episode 100. Oh god, I just misspoke.
take number 1. Take 2 and roll it. Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to Book Reviews, episode 6, Luke James 25 edition. And today, we're going to read you chapter 5 of the book called Street Gang, The Complete History of Sesame Street by Michael Davis. Now, I haven't read this in months now, because most recently, it was a tragic event from what happened the past month or so. And Carol Spinney passed away at the age of 85 last month. And for those who don't know, I wanted to read this book to dedicate him, as well as this loss of what happened last Thursday. Jim Lehrer, who also passed away at the age of 85. And in the sleep, I was like in shock from 1934 to 2020. So, completely in deep shock when this happened. So, for right now, I'm deciding to read this book. So, chapter 5. So, there you go on that. But anyways, let's get on the book right now. So we got, shall we? So we got. Go ahead and do this now. Anyway. Put that, we're moving the thing over here. So we got. Okay. Chapter 5. Okay, I had to put it somewhere safe. Anyway. Leland, Mississippi had bumper crop, we pronounce it, of cotton in 1936. The year Paul and Bay Henson welcomed the second son, James Maury Henson. Okay. Born in a hospital in nearby Greenville, Mississippi. Okay. Paul Henson was biologist from the U.S. Department of, what do you pronounce it? Agriculture, yeah, sorry, I did the mouse's word, but anyway, which operated a research station in Leland. Bay was a stay-at-home mother to a new baby and his older brother, Paul Jr. The second-born son was by nature shy and quietly inquisitive, we pronounce it. A clever child who enjoyed the adoring attention of his material grandmother, known as Dear, while his mother, known on Dora Paul Jr., we pronounce it. A family photograph taken when Jim Henson was perhaps 10 shows him kneeling in front of a garden hose. Okay. He was wrapped in what appears to be the light blanket bed sheets with a men's makeup chef, we pronounce it, turbaned atop of his head. While chewing the wooden fruit, the boy is casting a iconic spell on the hose. Contextually pop off the glass to appear as a cobra. Okay, that's cool enough. The young Jimmy Henson was already trying his hand on as intimidation and side gags. Yeah, pretty neat, I guess. On swirling summer days in Leland, Jimmy and a group of boys would meet at a Broad Street Bridge over Deer Creek. Okay, dangling their bare feet off their side playing along with the creek behind at Bend, just about beyond Leland Elementary School. And then a slightly downriver said, straight out of Mark Twain. Okay? Tom Sawyer author, by the way. I was in Mississippi, Tom Sawyer had once said. I rarely wear shoes. It was an entire time, okay? We pronounce this word, but anyway. We had a beautiful big barn, and we had a Greek running in front of the hose for fishing. I have a BB gun, and I shoot at the water guns, we pronounce it, in the swamps just to wake them up, okay? Every year, like magic, and in evening chorus, peeps, and crooks, along with the creek, would announce the arrival of spring, okay? At night, the boys should venture out with flashlights, okay, to spare bullfrogs. It's cool. Which with plunge poles, okay. A ritual called frog giggling, the way you pronounce it. After a successful athletic hunt, someone would skin their slimy legs, dip an egg yolk, ugh, dredge them through flour and breadcrumbs, ugh, and deep fry them. Yeah, sad, no. Lelanders are rivalrously, typically would pronounce this word, certain that this experiences explain why Henson's of alter ego took the form of the frog. Like Brago, like himself, they say the potato rose from the primary group along with the creek bank, okay? The wise claim that Henson and his boyhood friend, excuse me, I misspoke, but anyway. Kermit Scott, one of the bridge kids, provided inspiration to the name. It's a Romanatious tale, certainly a morphine of Twain, okay? But no, it's only as true as the citizens of Leland claim it to be for a day concerned to prove the Henson archives, okay? Without details, no clear determinations of their connections, where you pronounce it, Jim Henson's the only man who knew. If anyone ever asked him, his best answer might have been, okay. When Jimmy's in the 5th grade, he left the swamps of Mississippi for the terror farms and Surrey and Hyattsville, Maryland, after his father accepted a government job in Washington. It was there, right around 1950, that the 13-year-old Jimmy made an international debut as a virtual artist when a cartoon panel he illustrated and wrote appeared on the page in a Christian Science Minister, the Boston-based daily newspaper. Okay. The primary prominently when he pronounces this word, driven gag features two chefs. One quiet standing before the pot with a Brittany spoon. And the open-mouthed chef and the forgiven the slightly Banana's belly asks, shall we toss it and call it a salad, or cook it and call it a stew? It was also in this year that I badgered my parents into buying a television set. Hence, I recall, I absolutely love television. I love the idea that what you saw was taking place somewhere else in the same time. Among the programs Henson enjoyed most of this was Cuckoo Fred Ollie and an unscripted puppet show that originated in Chicago. Wow, I did not know that. Okay? And aired weeknights on NBC. Okay? That topical and tar enough, excuse me, I misspoke, but anyway, for adults, while most enough for kids, distinguished would be also, excuse me. It has one of the television first dinner hour discussions for the entire family. Well, the show offers was both old and new, like a later day Americanized Punch and Judy. Okay? It played one out of a classic mock session stage, and it features an recurring mescal or pronounce this word, excuse me, of familiar chromotypes. Okay? A Perpex Warlock Coco, Boothbury Bohar Ollie, a Holly Grandam Mim Octopus. Way to pronounce it, but anyway. A Tucky Fried Conference, Carnival Cracky. Together they concentrated the Cuckoo Polgan players. A trop oh come on, really? A trop entirely advertised and oh man, I misspoke. But anyway, and voiced by Burr Tilsor. Working on scene behind this scram. Excuse me. Fran Allison, with some Willie singer actress, was front of the and center on the program training lines with the puppets. Extreme importance and quick. The comic full forgetting her mistress to Coco and the mistress Ollie once described by Time magazine as a one-toothed dragon whose presence and children might have been conceived by most Mahari, pronounce this word. He presented with Coco Fran and television lead 17-year-old Jim Henson. To the pages of the Washington Post of the morning of the May 13, 1954. Someone has alerted him about call for 1,000 a day paper, and I am in Lawrence radio and television notes columnist, WTOP TV personality Roy Marcham. A Post report has started a turn the page. 34, what's it? We're going to 75. We're going to be on 76. Okay, that's fine. That's what we're on. Okay. A search for youngsters 12 and 14 to 14-year-olds of age who commoditize marionettes. Matt Chum has been plans, he said, and he wants to hear from any puppeteers he may have overlooked. Henson, who with the assistance of his school friend Russell Wall, never heard of him, had built a couple of cowboy puppets. Really? Didn't seem like it to me, but whatever. Longhorn Storehorn and another one called Perchy the French Rat hustled over the WTOP. Both were hired, and they decided feeling like listening to Saturday TV highlights had box up in the June 19th Post. WTOP Junior Morning Show Washington youngsters do the version of CBS TV network, The Morning Show. Alice the Joy was short-lived. But knowing that Friday, June 25th, okay, evening started by on-the-air columnist Harry MacArthur reported that Eminence's demise of Junior Morning Show launched that last Saturday. It was go back into dry dock after tomorrow's telecast. Recent discovery that the recent revision of a child labor law permitting children to appear on the stage here applies to theater and not television. That doesn't make any sense to me. 3 of the program's presented were under 14 and commercially cannot get work permits. It will resume, says WTOP TV Programs Manager Tom Tossing. When suitable replacements of proper age, size, and weight can be found. Come on, man. It makes no sense to me, but whatever. Cancellation provided to only of minor setback. It less than a year time. By the end of the second semester at the University of Maryland, Jim Henson would be not only have his own daily television show in Washington D.C. He would also met his future wife and business partner, establish his own public barley company like Tellson's Cocoa Potions were, and dream up at his own Charlie McCarthy, a slightly sinister character, who would may say that thinks Jim Henson or Edgar Bergen never would. Club for this section of a discarded raincoat, Kermit became the unbuttoned Henson, a comment that became his alter ego. One early evening in the spring of 1955, University of Maryland Cood J. Nebel was lingering over there with a friend when she caught a grimace of a time. Oh dear, she said, we're on the air. Jane was late, excuse me, I misspoke, but anyway. And not the kind of late, like being delayed for a few extra minutes in traffic. It was late for your own wake late. Time had gotten away for Jane. It was often did. She smiled weakly and tired and reassured herself. Excuse me. Jim won't be upset and angry. He never is. Neb was a senior in the College Park, Maryland campus during the 1954-1955 academic year when she met the man she would one day marry, Jim Henson, a shy, lanky freshman, penetrated by a constant energy. The previous spring, Henson had graduated from Hinesville New Western High School, completed in 1952, and located 2 miles south of the university campus. Neville from New York, on the other hand, has enrolled at Maryland in 1951. Wow. Henson was inspired to be a stage designer for theater and television. Had the square a major in comedy, of all things. A puppetry teacher told him he would not have to take all the math and science required for a fine art degree. Okay, that's fine enough. He'll be able to take more Sorry, I had this rubbing nose, but anyway. Let's continue on. Where was I? We have until 10 more pages left and we'll wrap up the show. So anyway, let's continue on. A puppetry teacher who told him that he would not have to take all the math and science required for a fine arts degree, and he was able to take more art courses that he switched over. Henson once explained the courses in advertising art, costume design, industrial design, all that stuff were part of home ATEC, whatever you pronounce it. Beyond the discarded classes, there were more primary motivation to switch majors. I think there were 6 guys and 500 girls. Wow! I did not know that. But anyway. In the department, it was marvelous. Wow. Nebula was chosen to be more comedy rigorous requirements for a fine arts degree. Her father, Aberhart Nebel, was a prominent extremist who wrote under the pen name Dolly. Wow. Dolly, I'm surprised. In 1947, he became associate editor of Astronomy Guide. A year later, he was editor of Your Personal Astronomy, we pronounce it. Another prominent horoscope magazine. Who he's like Jim Laird to me, so there you go. So if you're watching this and having Jane and Jim, you know what I mean. After taking a puppetry class together, Henson asked Nebel what excuse me. If she would consider working with him as his after school job. Wow. Well, other Maryland undergrads told as my nobbling work study assignments, scrubbing pots in the dealing hall and looking at envelopes in the Bolster's office. Henson was earning his pocket money as a freelance puppeteer at WRC, Washington D.C.'s NBC affiliate. Exposure gained from the appearance in the previous summer on WTOP's Jury Morning Show has proved benefits. The show only lasted a few weeks, but were mentioned regularly in a couple of newspaper articles. So I took the puppets over to NBC, and they started putting me on these little local shows. Wow. Hensler said it was interesting and kind of fun to do, but I really wasn't interested in puppetry then. But when I was a kid, I never saw a puppet show. Really, Jim? You never saw a puppet show? Okay. I never played with puppets or had any interest in them. It was just a mean to the end. I did it just to get on television. Hansel was paid as little as a $5 per appearance just for a week, for his week on Channel 4's daytime shows, including Circle 4 Ranch with Cowboy Joe Campbell and Angel's Angle, a 50-minute food and fashion program featuring Norwegian-born model and newspaper columnist Inga Rodvold, what do you pronounce it. In 1955, Inga was the lead for Afternoon, a variety show with music with a Mel Clemens Cornet, and singers Jack Mango and Tippy Strader. Henson and Neville worked together on the first time during appearances on Afternoon. Wow. That was cool enough. I'm on page 78 now. Okay. The program master of the ceremonies was a minstrel studio announcer, Mac McGarry. Wow. Well, at the time, marveled the local press about the improved national would pronounce it abilities of the show 19-year-old puppeteer. He come up with the material that just been sent down and think about for a few minutes. McGarry said back then, Afternoon producers, director Charles Deegan was downright affluent. The kid, possibility of genius. Absolutely amazing. Okay? McGarry's reconnections of working with Henson during the Eisenhower's administration at Art Ballot and Indeable. Afternoon started in the spring of 1955 and lasted about 6 months, he said. Jim created these little dramas around public recordings, with the Muppet lip singing the songs. The one I remember, excuse me. Especially with was Bit. Yeah, I misspoke because I skipped a little in the wrong. But anyway, the one I remember was Hey There by Comedy Cooney. Was the #1 hit for 1954. In the bit, Jim was already incarnate kind of character in the foreground. Then slowly, as you look to the right, you saw the horrible skull-like creature called York. Poor York was the size and shape of a good-sized coconut. He had skeleton hollows for cheeks, and a lean brow, and an expression that could single mentions or morbidly. He had painted and Parmish blue, the color of a fresh bruise. Okay? The intelligence was unaware of York's presence, McGarry said, but he gradually moved toward her, finally grabbing her up. We have never seen anything like that before. 53 years after the fact, McGarry was still laughing about the villain who ate the ingredients. Okay? One puppet discovering another, or blowing up the character into smithereens. Will become Henson's comedy calling card. Wow. A signature voice that was dark and just a shade dark. Wow. We are college students among ourselves. Jane once said. It had quality and of showing and nonsense. Jim was afternoon's blockbuster element. McGarry said it wasn't long before someone in the station gave an idea of give him his own show. In the likelihood, the person that was WCRC program director James Kovic, career of afternoons, blend of entertainment, talks, and service. I mean, like that Oprah's commentaries audience would find familiar and confirming when you pronounce it. What does Oprah have to do with anything? Seriously. Oprah Winfrey. But anyway. Kovic spotted Henson one Saturday in the set of Junior Morning show. According to WTOP's Roy Macomb, the story given off to Kovic was there to discuss Macomb's possible definition of the rival WRC. Kovic individuality eventually passed on him, but was thoroughly impressed with Henson. Added to this afternoon lineup, McGarry was the show's original host. Believed it was Kovic who made room on the WRC evening schedule for Sam and Friends. Either way, it was a incredible break, Jen Henson said. She credited Till Storm for Kudari paving the way for Sam and Friends by partying before 1950. That was a charm comedy, convinced that set an executive program with puppets could appeal to both children and adults, like Cuckoo Friend Ollie, for example. Really opened the possibility of our career because his shows was accepted by the wide audience and family audience, she said. McGarry convinced Washington was in the news town, and the entertainment took a back seat here, he said. But Jim Henson was a pop phenomenon in Washington, D.C., which I have to misspoke, but anyway. With everyone, from kids to great-grandmothers. Sam and Friends debuted on May 9th, 1955. A live twice-nightly comedy spot started for the final 5 minutes of WRC's local evening newscast from 6:25 p.m. and 11:25 p.m. A super time is provided by a daily lead to NBC's and to NBC's two-headed roundup of national and international news. the Hungry Brinkley Report, and Bedtime, it was one of the reviewers for the Tonight Show with Steve Allen. Wow. And so, in a sense, the Steve Salmon Friends, yeah, I misspoke, but anyway, was a stripe down preview of the Muppet Show 1936 to 1981. Deliciously attractive, what you pronounce it, pun-filled vaudeville revival that was all 3 major U.S. television networks has rejected them before Henson, Benefactor 6, Sir Luke Gray, later Roy Gray, but bankroll its production to London. Wow. In its peak of popularity, The Muppet Show was the world's most successful televised comedy, syndicated in most of the hundreds countries and dubbed in 15 foreign languages, including Mandarin, Portuguese, Polish, and Swedish. Salmon Friends was Muppet shows in convention, 270 prominentious seconds of satirical and send-ups, parodies, and part-ups, part-fails, what you pronounce it. Music and mayhem, a live commercial performed by the Puppeteers, with Raj on the to the broadcast. The show became a nightly showcase for this even intentional dozen or so puppets that popularized Henson. Original reportedly company characters, what you pronounce it, that were more suggestive than recreational. Kermit, for instance, was largely at the beginning, but certainly not the Frog yet in 1955. All the characters in those days was abstract, but it was part of the principle I was working under. Okay. Okay, yeah, I was misspoke. But anyway, one of the things we always try to do with any of our puppets, it was try to get them flexible enough so that you can have as wide a range of emotions as possible. The nice thing about Kermit is there nothing in that hand. The world, the whole shape is Murray, what do you pronounce it? Just a claw pattern. And slave, Henson said. The old style puppets seem to me to have a hard wooden quality. A painted expression of the dolls is alright with the audience isn't up close. But on television, it was very important that you put the life and sensationally into the puppet space. I wanted the Muppets would have it flexibly. Next page. We're almost done here. We're getting closer. But anyway. Some of Kermit's early cast mates were normally Sam, the nominal star, was fashionable from Ham. From hard, excuse me, I misspoke, but anyway. Smooth materials, including wood, okay? Other were built from foam, fleet, and inflatable remnants some have rods attached to their arms and legs, expanded their possibles, their gensers. Some have like extravaganted noses and their banana. Okay, that's fine. And pear shapes. Casters have puff balls, fading at the mid phase. Most of it have wide, flappable mouths, textures, duria, and eyes that seem like white eggs. Okay? With black yolks. Okay, that's totally fine, I guess. With sandwich with oval shaped eyes, ball curved puppet with a bulbous nose and a thick little lip and ears like filling teacup handles. Straight on, and he had a mouth agape, wide-eyed, cartoon-like look object, we pronounce it, strucfaction, but with a tilt of his hand or a shrug of his shoulders. Hence, it could suggest a line limited, range of other expressions as for Sam. Some people thought that Sam resembles a punch drunker, prize fire, a pug with a bug. That's cool. The character must mention could have its own Ben Oscar Grouch's great-grandfather. Looked like a birthday balloon wrapped in a stag carpeting with a wide mouth shaped like a wedge of cantaloupe. It's cool. Iggy Grunk, on the other hand, was a striped serpent with fangs that hung like a absorbs from above his lips. Professor Medcliffe had a bullet-shaped head and an extravagantly unruly mustache. It's cool. But Carmen was a sense stealer. Carmen could be subtle, Jane Henson said. Other puppets not so much. And on a certain point, these creatures became known as Muppets. Down through the years, Jane Henson had steadfastly held that the name was termed as the amalgam of marionette and puppet. The notion was perpetuated in part by Jim Henson himself, who for so many years had used it as an easy answer to explain the name organization. Name's organization would pronounce it, but anyway. Larry E. devoid that explanation ensured them that Muppet was just a word he coined. Henson would never explain the reversal other than to say, we done very few things connected with marionettes. And yet, consciously or unconsciously we pronounce it, for Henson to Kristen, in terms of the Muppets, was to set them apart from other puppets that it asserted a new and distant category, nominative care, what you pronounce it, culture. pronounce that word. Excuse me. It was the birth of a brand, and to date, the most important business decision in Henson's life. Just as the Radio City Rockets were no more showgirls, so too what the Muppets became. Figures were begun controversial expressions. People having thought of puppets. When I was started out, I didn't know much of puppets, and not having seen that many. I wasn't only influenced by what had become before. Henson later said, puppetry has been around for thousands of years. It's part of fear, in which small wooden figures serve to represent people in fear. People represent things. With puppets, you can deal with subjects in a way that isn't possible with people. I think puppetry possible with people. I think puppetry is expressing ourselves with cars. We pronounce it. Sam and Friends was the Muppets. Was the Collins Club. Was the Beals. Okay. The Energy was Raw. The Atmosphere Permissive. The Brakes of Level Mode. Murray would pronounce it high. And the Cash opportunities wherever one could find them. Okay. In addition to coming up with fresh sketches 5 days a week, Henson also will perform commercials for SK Port Plaza, Baltimore-based sponsor of Sam and Friends. As the popularity of Sam and Friends grew, Jay Nemmer went from being just one of the Henson's helpers, painting sets, sewing costumes, and performing secondary characters, to being his most valuable assistant. She occasionally lost track on time. Jim was very capable of doing 5 minutes by himself, believe me, she said. Perhaps she performed out of character take. It was a scene. Watch stations was curious about the woman puppeteer that heard about on Sam and Friends. She was cheerfully profiled in the Sunday Washington Post and Times Herald on February 17, 1957. Jay often turns out in the studio looking fresh for a complex life and bring brand-new socks, skirt, and sweater, since to spend most of her time on her knees. She really quite a melancholy is what you pronounce it. Oh man. She's very quiet. She's really like where are we? Macarius dresser and designed to make many of her own clothes. 3 nights a week. Jane studies German as an adult. Wow. Education course. Just because it's free and it's a weekend, she managed to see the man she was dating now for 2 years. A possibly student at American University. Henson took on the multiple roles of career, producer, director, art director, lead performer, Sam and Friends. I definitely defer to Jim always. Jane said, he was a main talent. I was a good assistant. They may be true, but in the Sunday piece that ran in the Washington Post, they may be true, but in the Sunday piece that ran in the Washington Post television supplement in 1956, Henson described Neville as a performing partner. Neville said that Jim was the boss of the team. Henson has countered just a little bit. Produced without benefit of television videotape, I misspoke, but anyway. Or multi-track audio equipment. Sam and Friends, nonetheless, explored the outer limits of television technology in the experiment playful pioneering manner of Ernie Kovacs, who at the television screen from what Charlie Parker went to the sax. Henson would no need to trade the puppet fear to the studio bar. Till Storm has done with the Cosmopolitans. Doing the world has been Superphones, the studio camera viewfinder to find the political limits of a visual puppet stage. Hence believe each television set received the single at home, therefore it was his own fear. Instead of performing from behind a visual barrier, Henson said. Neville, on the other hand, got on their knees and monetized the puppets from beneath the eyes of the camera, seeing their performance in real time. The camera is multiple neat lenses mounted on the rotating turret. Excuse me. While the director to go in right with a close-up or with a wide-angled lens and spray layers of depth. Excuse me, I misspoke. But anyway. Till Storm and the Bards have more to do with the puppets on television that we did. Hence the no 1979 debut. But they had developed their art and style to a certain extent before television. Well, from the beginning, we were watching the television monitor, which is different, very different. Excuse me, I misspoke. From working in the puppet theater, okay. In his view, the studio technicians, audio engineers, and camera operators were the sorcerers. Sorcerers, what do you pronounce it? It was just an eager appearance in his quiet time, spare time, what do you pronounce it? Misspoke, but anyway. He has been in the central room trying to understand what is going on, Jane Henson said. And as the technicians loved the teaching them, he really learned his lessons well. He couldn't wait to try out the things he was to learn on Sam and Friends. He would tell the technicians he would like to try this or that, and it would become a team thing. Words should spread word beyond Washington about the Muppets, and on Friday, November 1st, 1957, Jack Parr featured on the Tonight Show. It's doing it so Parr was to see Steve Allen as host. Excuse me. Gave Carmen his first national exposure. Justice Henson had used the Muppets in emulsing spots for XK, we pronounce it, bacon, hams, and fries. So too they began to appear in off-killer ads for Whistler's Coffee, Whistling Rolls. The viewers and controversial comments the way you pronounce it. This serious, straightforward commercials in the 50s. But Cedric message this that they drove home a point with insistent disclarations. Winston tastes good, like a Richard Sound or Bowles. Wonder Bread helps build strong bodies 12 ways. Henson's tell his judgment coffee ads seem more like entertainment for its own sake. The stars of these ads were Wilkins. Okay. The namesake Muppet who fantasized the brand, and Wilkins, a bony-shaped doll with a downturned mouth. He never drank the stuff. Time after time, Watkins paid dearly for it. Most of the profits are supported by a chance blast. It won Western being 8th spot for the instant coffee. Western wore a cowboy hat and brandished a pistol and said this as follows: "Howdy, stranger! I hear you don't drink Wilson's coffee. Yeah, so what? Nothing that makes you other strangers in town?" Now, for this commercial, I have to take this a clip for what's going to be happening next in Book Reviews episode number 6. So, there you go. Let's just continue reading. Anyway. Yeah, it was shooting anything, but let's just continue on. After 3 fabulous years of the show, Hanson continued walking away from the grid. I decided that I really wanted to do the was to go off and paint, he said. I was an artist, you see, but I was going to take the shows off the air, just quiet for a while. The station prevented upon me, saying, "Look, we'll pay you. You can have someone else perform the show." Okay? And so I bought a friend of mine to work with Jade. The friend was Bob Payne, the puppeteer who worked with Jim, who portrayed Carmen at the time. So, North Stewart, Maryland. Wow. I did not know that. But, you know. During a year-long conventional walkabout, Henson took a puppet performance throughout Europe. He returned to Washington impressing at how appreciated the art form was outside the United States. Until then, I hadn't taken puppetry all that seriously. Henson said it was just different, didn't seem to be the sort of thing a grown man works for this living. Through the years, both Jane and Jim Henson were recording about discouraged details of how they went from being co-workers to a married couple. Wow. Once they realized it was been love at first sight for Jane, she replied. No, it was an administration at first sight. Wow. During most of this year's Sim and Friends was on the air, they were not romantically linked. In fact, both had been engaged to others, but well before they announced their intention to marry, they engaged vows in May in 1959. By then, the Hensons were already in the handsome living, producing television commercials with the Muppets. A bourgeois business they have started 2 years earlier. In December of 1959, the Christians, Science Miners, Spy Shores, success eventually has been not spoiled Mr. and Mrs. James Maury Henson. Designers and animators of the television Muppets of Sam and Friends. The article said the success has been swift, but the money is not a topic they care to discuss. Jane Henson said, money cannot measure success or happiness. In 1960, the Puppeteers America, an annual convention was held in Detroit, Michigan, to which the Hensons drove in the Walls Ranch once with a sunroof. Along for the ride, that was 8 weeks old daughter Lisa. The first of 5 Henson children. The highlight of the trip was a chance to meet Burr Tillstorm, who is a Cuckoo Friend Dolly person. He was a Henson is famously. The story goes in the gym asked Tillstorm to drive the roles through the city. Wow. And then with him to pop Kermit up through the roof and say, "Hi ho there." Wow. To the Marcy, amongst those who witnessed the prominence One Cat Parade, was California puppeteers Mike and Francis Oswicks, whose high school age son, Frank Oswicks, was was showing as much appreciation for puppetry as Jim Henson does, as a year's supplier. Henson met Frank at the 1961 Puppeteers Convention in the format, California, near Oakland. In a sense, it was a day that Ernie had met Bert. At the format gathering, Henson approached Whitney Wire performer, Jerry Joel, was offered to replace Jane Henson on Sam and Friends. Jane was pregnant with a second child, daughter Cheryl, and wanted to retire from performing. The idea was, Jeb. Joel, who was at work on the children's show in San Jose, California, knew of the Muppets only by pollination and did not know Henson at all. It was not until Henson opened a black box for the tailgate of his new station wagon that seemed to be like magical presents, like totems, but funnier. He once said, once after the other jam pulled them out of the box, put them out in his hand, and brought him to life. Who was the Henson guy? And these were even puppets. Not if I had even seen them or defined them. This guy was like a sailor who had studied in compass and found their like a fifth direction in which one could sail. Which we offer me a brief one in the ship. I signed on. Sam and Friends signed off in the same year, 1961, after winning a local Emmy for Outstanding Television Entertainment. By then, the Muppets were making regular appearances on the Today Show, and business operations have moved on regularly from Washington, New York City, where Henson and Joel work in cramped quarters in the three-room office in East 53rd Street. The Muppets were now appearing in commercials for a range of consumer goods that include Wilson Certified Meat, Ivy Snow, Glam Toothpaste, The Roll Crown Cola, and Pouring Dog Chow. That's good enough. Yeah, the Purna, the St. Louis-based pet foods giant, feature a flop-eared, Spraggling, when you pronounce it, warty-wise mutt named Ralph. Voiced by Jim Henson himself, as a kind of guy who would listen to the troubles through the slats and his backyard fence. Ralph was the first Muppet built by the puppet designer Don Celine. Perhaps more than anyone who would work with the Muppets, Celine had a canny ability to insult they're called Henson's wishes. He transferred Henson's rough sketches and visually snapped his scribbles into fully reliable characters. Beyond that, Celine Shawn, we pronounce this word, was even zanier. Celine, yeah, I misspoke, but anyway, was even zanier than the Muppets that he worked on. 6 months after Celine's arrival, high school grad Frank Oz joined the Muppets. Before the decade is over, Frank Oz, as it would later be known, Frank Oswick's way to pronounce it. Yeah, he's now known as Frank Oz, but anyway, will become half of one of the greatest duels in comedy history. The master puppeteer, and most important of all, Bert, Cookie Monster, and Grover. 3 characters in the ages of Sesame Street. In 1965, Henson began filming commercials of Le Choy Dalmain. Players of Cannes, ready to eat Americanized Chinese food. For the campaign, Henson designed a lumbering, life-size dragon fully the capital of the Covenant. Counted chef's hat that would be he wore as a crown. The Troy dragon stood considered comedy charm. Then the actors hired to play him against him, operating within the dragon. Frank Oz could swagger. Fell in his arms, shake his head, craning his neck, and with the assistance of an exile with a torch, breathe fire, and that'll be it. That's basically it. One particularly Buster's commercial featured Cub Scout and his mother at the supermarket. Cool enough. Will you feed 12 hungry Cub Scouts? May I second the suggestion? Who are you? I'm the Troy Dragon. You're a real dragon. What you need is the Troy Chow Mein. It's never mushy. It's crispy and crunchy. It is, huh? But Troy Chow Mein is cooked by me in dragon fire. But Troy Chow Mein is cooked as good as take out kind and one more thing. What's that? Try with Troy noodles. Serve it with Troy Chow Mein for a perfect meal in 6 minutes. Buy some today! Now, I'm going to give out a clip again for this video at the end of the episode. Like, just do the 2 clips for the end of the episode. So there you go. The blonde actress cast as a star shopper was Joan Stone's girlfriend, Burry Owen. Okay, who was a part of the Sesame Street member, but anyway. without knowing it, everyone on the set that day took one step closer to Sesame Street. So that was chapter 6. Let me go ahead and do this right now and get this thing out of the way. So there you go. And what do I think about chapter 5? It was amazing. So the Jim Henson biography, the early days, turned out to be the greatest of all time. Now, to wrap things up, I'll dedicate the whole memory to Carol Spinney, who passed away at the age of 85, and Jim Lair, who passed away at the age of 85. Now, for those of you who don't know, Carol Spinney is the Big Bird and Oscar Grouch to me. So, he was my childhood icon, and he passed away, sadly, at the age of 85. He was best known as Big Bird and Oscar Grouch, and he'll be dearly missed by all of us on Sesame Street. Now for Jim Lair. Jim Lair has died suddenly last birthday at the age of 85, same age as Carol did. He was best known as a news anchorman for PBS NewsHour, formerly known as the Rob McNeil Report, the McNeil Lair Report, the McNeil Lair NewsHour, and the NewsHour with Jim Lair. I have seen NewsHour with Jim Lair as a kid, and he was dearly missed by all of us. And I never know what to expect. I've seen my childhood icon inspiration, Guiding Light. He'll be dearly missed. Rest in peace to you too. You'll be dearly missed. But anyways, guys, that was some book reviews, episode 6. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned for the next one, which is going to be chapter 6. I'm not sure what it's going to be as of yet, but the next video we're going to see is episode 31 of Recess Jokes. Till next time, Lou Jarvis, goodbye, peace out, baby. We get more book reviews on Lou Jason's 2085 edition for you guys very soon. Till then, the Jeff was saying out. See ya. Same as. I'll see you in the next, I'll see you when I get to, in a few minutes for pizza. See ya. Okay guys, I'm back, and I'm going to go ahead and edit this be a final cut, so there you go. I'm gonna just wait for the pizza to cool down. And go ahead and do this at the moment. So there you go. Yeah. Starring hosted by Luke Jeffers. And I spelled it wrong. Western.
Okay, buddy, what do you think of Wilkins coffee?
I never tasted it.
Now, what do you think of Wilkins?
Care for a cup of Wilkins coffee? No, I don't like coffee. This has been a public service. We're here to persuade people to drink more Wilkins.
Climbing this tree.
For Wilkins coffee.
I don't want any.
It's autumn and the nuts are beginning to fall. Got $65 for a cup of Wilkins coffee?
$65?
You want me to go in there looking like a bum? Put your money in here and you get a cup of Wilkins coffee.
I don't want any.
Then push that button. How about a cup of Wilkins? With this camera, I shoot pictures of people who don't drink Wilkins coffee.
I'm ready. Shoot.
Anybody else? You'll like this new car.
Yeah?
It's got a built-in maker for Wilkins instant coffee.
Who needs it?
Well, you can't sell them all. Howdy, stranger. I hear you don't drink Wilkins coffee.
Yeah, so what?
Now, are there any other strangers in town? Grandma, it's Little Red Riding Hood. Howdy, stranger. I hear you don't drink Wilkins coffee.
Yeah, so what?
Now, are there any other strangers in town? Grandma, it's Little Red Riding Hood with your Wilkins coffee.
I'm the bad wolf and I just ate your grandma.
We'll have some Wilkins to wash her down.
No. Deuce. Deuce.
and Jennifer saying out. See ya.
Chapter 6. Well, it's a chapter 5, you idiot. I'll be done in less than more than an hour to finish up exploring this project. I'll be back. Welcome back to LJPCBM 2020, day number 27. I am so sorry for the huge delay. I just came back from the grocery store and things like that. So now I decided to do food reviews, episode number 135 to 137. And then we'll close out with LJPCBM Reacts, episode 4 and 9 right now. So we got, shall we? So we got. Okay, let me see here. Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to Food Reviews, episode 135, and today we're going to be eating you some sweet Sovereign Heat barbecue chips from Lay's. Now, for those who don't know, these Lay's chips they're brand new for chips, so there you go on that. So let's eat those now and see what we got, shall we? See what we got. I'm giving it a good rating. A 8.5 out of 10 overall. Anyways, guys, that was episode 4 reviews, episode 135. Hope you enjoy it. Whew, that was spicy. Stay tuned for the next one, which is going to be a full review, episode 136. Till next time, salute Jefferson, goodbye, peace out, baby. Till we have more LJPCBM full reviews, you guys very soon. Excuse me, until then, Jefferson out. See ya. And we're done. I'll be right back. After 10 minutes of fame, I decided to react to the Brian Steve Show season 8 premiere, and we decided to focus on this now and see what we got, shall we? See what we got. Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to LJPCBM Reacts, episode 409, and today, before we get to our reaction videos to the Brian Steve Show Season 8 premiere, I just want to make an announcement real quick. I decided to put my reaction videos to the Penny Game podcast, Freaks the Dicks, and Both of Us and the Sofas on hold temporarily. This is the reason why, because of what happened last Thursday. And temporarily because Jim Lehrer, who is a NewsHour man, passed away last Thursday at the age of 85 and to sleep. Now, for those who don't know, I was inspired by him, Robin, and Danebo, the creator of An Orange. And Jim Lehrer, who's been up in heaven now, is now doing what he loves to do best on PBS, and the spirit with us. So, Jim, if you watch this in heaven now, we salute you. So, from all of us, from AC/DC fans out there. I know you're not in entertainment business like you did in the Jim Lehrer's roles in journalism, so there you go. I'm just gonna let you know that I'm just gonna do this for you, Jim. So there you go. But anyway, let's react to the Brian Steve Show Season 8 premiere. The date beginning in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Viewer discretion is advised.
It is so nice to spend time with you, honey.
It sure is, Savannah. Especially on a Sunday, which is a day of resting. But I do not want to rest. I want to do something fun.
Do you want to go out to dinner tonight?
Hey, that's not a bad idea, Savannah. We can go to Outback Steakhouse.
I would love to go to Outback Steakhouse with you, Jeremy. Alright, it's a date.
Wow. Alice Paris presents the Brian Steve Show Season 8 premiere. The date. starring Brian Camastro would pronounce it, Steve Pierce, Savannah Casbrastro would pronounce it, Jeremy Martinez, and Alex Paris. Written by Alex Paris.
Brian, I'm bored. There's nothing to do besides sitting on our asses.
Isn't that what Sundays are for? It's a day of rest.
Yes, I can always prank Jeremy, but that's what I do when I ain't working.
Well, why don't we think of something for tonight and see what happens?
Hello? Who is this? What do you mean that I have to fill in for one of your waiters? Don't you understand that I'm a security guard, and I don't have time for all of that shit? Fine. I'll go in, but just this one time. Apparently somebody at Outback Steakhouse couldn't make it today because they're sick.
But why would they call you and ask if you could fill in when you aren't even employed at Outback? That's just beyond me.
Because the manager says so, and I'm one of his friends, so it's my duty to fill the coworker's purpose.
Man.
I swear, it's just another day in paradise.
Man, later that evening.
Alright, Jeremy, are you ready for our date?
I am ready as I'll ever be, cutie pie. Let's go.
It's like Mario in style, Outback Steakhouse, okay?
Hello, Jeremy and Savannah. What can I get you started for tonight?
Hey, since when did you work at Outback Steakhouse? I thought you were a security guard.
Apparently, my friend who works here wanted me to fill in for his absent coworker. I think that's stupid.
Oh wow. I want the T-bone medium rare steak with a Dr. Pepper.
And I'll have the Aussie chicken Cobb salad with a water, please. And that will be all, Steve.
Alright, thank you.
Okay. 10 minutes later.
This food is really good, Jeremy. How is your steak?
It sure is good, and my steak is good. And I'm happy that we are having a pleasant time together.
Me too. I'm so happy to have a man of my dreams.
Yeah.
And how are we doing so far on this date?
It's great, just like always.
That's great to hear. I'm just here to give you your bill for this evening.
What? $61.99. How rude are you, Steve? Continue on.
Steve, who the fuck are you charging us $61.99 for a steak, salad, and 2 drinks?
Because I feel like it, and I have nothing else to do. So I decided to charge you almost 300%.
No, stop.
Wow, Steve, don't be a fucking asshole. I sure hope that this is a prank, or I'm gonna tell both of the managers.
Yes, Savannah, it's a prank. I would never do something like that on your date. Here is your real bill.
Yeah, that's better. $24.98.
That's much better. Thank you. Jeremy, you have once again given me one of the best dates yet. And I like to say, as always, thank you very much, and I love you, baby.
You're welcome, Savannah, and I love you too. I couldn't ask for a better girlfriend than you.
Oh, you're so sweet, Jeremy. And I couldn't have asked for a better boyfriend than you.
What's up, Alex, my man? Long time no see.
Hey Brian, good to see you too. Things have been going okay so far, but nothing tragic as of yet.
Well, as long as things aren't going bad, that's all that matters. Just remember, continue to think positive, and go on about your day.
That I will. And I hope your teaching career is going well.
It's been the same old shit. Nothing else new. By the way, thanks for picking us up for another season here on your YouTube channel.
You're welcome, Brian. And I hope you are happy that Brian and Steve are once again back again for a brand spanking new season. Keep sure to subscribe to my channel for more awesome content. We will see you all in the next show. Good day, everyone.
Wow, okay. that was the Brian and Steve Show Season 8 premiere. What do I think about this video? It was amazing. So far this episode went to be a success. Anyway, double episode of LJPCBM Reacts, episode 4 and 9. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned for the next one, which is going to be Purple Roads, episode 5, the Body Theme podcast. Excuse me. Sorry, I coughed. Till next time, tune in a few moments for that. Till next time, this is Lou Jasper. Goodbye, peace out, baby. What is this? Hold on. Jasper, okay. We're getting more LJPCBM Reacts episodes, you guys, very soon. Till then, Jasper saying out. See ya. Okay. This was not bad. And let's see if it's clear enough. Okay. Now all we need to do is resume that. And we gotta do something with those from yet. Save as yeah, save. Then we got to do is turn down the volume. Save, and all you have to do is complete the project like it is. Close an opening. Delete. Warm you. Next we got no.
Why me? Why was I the one to see things as I do?
I'll be back in around. Let's see how long this is. Okay. I'll be back in a few moments. See ya. Hey guys, I decided to focus on two LJPCBM reacts today. So let's do my reaction video on Purple Roads episode 5, and we'll go on to there right now, and we're going to start from there, shall we? See what we got. Okay. Got this out of the way, come on. There we go. Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to LJPCBM Reacts episode 4 and 10. And today we're reacting to Purple Roads episode 5. And today we're reacting to this in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm Carrie Stinson, and my journey through life has been quite an adventure. For over 20 years, I played Barney the Dinosaur on tour, and 7 seasons of the hugely popular TV show, Barney and Friends.
Wow.
Now, my journey is to bring together friends and guests from all over the entertainment world for inspiring and at times amusing behind-the-scenes conversation. I'm Carrie Stinson, and this is Purple Roads.
Wow.
Hey, welcome to another episode of Purple Roads. I'm Carrie Stinson. I'm so glad you're here. We have been having so much fun on these episodes, and I am so excited that you're back with us. I want to thank our sponsor, Infusion HF70, for being part of Purple Roads, and I got to tell you, we're going to get right into this. We had an amazing episode back in December with my good buddy Josh Martin and some of the voiceover actors from Dragon Ball Z, and we are really excited who we've got today. Josh, you're with me. Who we got today?
Hello. Well, we have a super special treat for everyone. We have not one, but 2 of the originators of basically the voiceover anime industry in Dallas, Texas, if not the country. Mr. Justin Cook.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? And Mr. Chris Sabat.
Hey, how are you? Josh, it's awesome to be here.
Thank you all for coming. Appreciate you very much.
I'm so glad.
Carrie, nice to meet you.
Hey, thank you. Nice meeting you guys. I'm so glad to have you here. I have had the privilege of going to a couple of anime and seeing and understanding how popular this is. And I am just excited to have you guys here. Kind of talk about your experiences.
Thanks
in
for
anime
having us.
and Dragon Ball Z.
Sure, yeah. It's been a wild ride. It's been a fun ride for sure.
When did you start, Justin?
Yeah, well, I guess we were just kind of talking about that, but like 21 years, I think it's been being produced in Texas Dragon Ball as a franchise. I started with it as an ADR engineer alongside this cool guy here, recording everything he needed recorded in February of 2000.
All right.
Wow.
Have you guys done voiceover work before?
I'm going to speak for him for a second.
Sure.
Chris had, for sure. I had only done some radio work, and I had done some college radio.
Okay.
Very, very little experience at all with it. Matter of fact, most of my experience came from sitting shotgun to Sabbath, listening to Dragon Ball Z getting recorded.
Well, the cool thing is, like, I mean, I started in radio as well. Actually.
Okay.
That's where I started, and I was doing a lot of like commercial type voiceover work, but not a lot of like no anime work and no kind of cartoon stuff, other than the kind of the funnier bits that we recorded for radio stations and stuff. But yeah, Justin and I was working there. We had an engineer, and we needed a second one, like a kind of full-time guy, because the engineer needed to go to kind of that we had was going to become a mixer, and he likes to give me credit for teaching him a lot of things, but I'd like to just say that, like, kind of doing this in Texas, kind of the way we did it, was they loved the kind of trial by fire method, which was like, jump in there, just do it, get it done. And so, like, a lot of us were just learning as we kind of went along. Like, if you listen to the early stuff that I recorded there, it was, I mean, it was arguably pretty amateurish. We did our best, but, like, we just weren't that experienced. And luckily we did it in Texas, where we had a lot of freedom to kind of experiment and iterate and learn our craft as we went along. We didn't get fired, so we're still, and heck, Justin is pretty much the head of production at Funimation. Like, he's over, like, we used to have, well, we started with one room, then we kind of went to 2 rooms, then 3 rooms, and now you've got, like, what, 10?
9 rooms, yeah.
Wow.
Running them for 12 hours a day.
He's got 9 rooms, plus he's got studios in other places that he has to take care of. Too.
Wow.
So,
I love that. I've talked to him on this show about the fact I'm a huge Texan, a very proud Texan, and I love, Barney was started here, and it surprises people.
Wow.
We started a small little studio in Allen, Texas, and same philosophy, right? Just keep going and just keep going and just keep going and just keep going. And I would say the same thing about me. I'd never been in a costume, and boy, did I learn and grow. But I just kept going. I didn't critique myself too much. I kept going. I know Josh, the same. We started in Barney together.
there was nothing around to compare it to.
Right.
I think it's the same exact case with you. Like, there was no probably children's shows being created here in Texas, and there was no anime being dubbed in Texas too. So there was nothing. There was nothing that we could use as a benchmark. We just like, all right, what works? Let's just get it done.
I think one of the nicest things about it, where in regards to it not being kind of in a, completely organized, I guess you could say, is that clocks didn't really stop us. I mean, there were many nights where we'd be recording, yourself as Vegeta into the, maybe not wee hours of the morning, but we were recording until 10 o'clock at night, 7 o'clock at night, 8 o'clock at night, going all hours. And then would go to a restaurant and eat and talk about what was coming up in the storyline or what had just happened.
And sometimes go back to the studio to finish recording for the rest of the night. Like, and the one thing I've been very proud of, and I left Funimation as a full-time employee there, like around 2004.
Okay.
And I still work with them as an actor, and we provide kind of services to Funimation for recording at a different studio. But I've always been proud to sell Texas talent, because Texans are hardworking. They give it their all. Like Dragon Ball Z, I think if it had been dubbed somewhere else, if it had been dubbed, well, in fact, it was dubbed somewhere else. But if it had been dubbed like in California or New York back in the the late 90s, it wouldn't have sounded the same.
Right.
Because Texans, and we created this standard, but like, if you were on Dragon Ball, you were going to scream. You were going to scream really loud. And if you didn't scream really loud, we'd take a break and then wait for you to try again. Because, and people in Texas will do that for you. You go out to California, they're like, oh, actually, I have 15 other sessions this week, so I'm just going to give you like 10% of my voice. Like, Justin is a prime example. Half of his sessions, I have to kind of go like, Justin, seriously, you can back off a little bit. He's like, nope. I only get one chance to do this, and that's what I'm doing.
And that it's that only one chance to do that, and I think that's something all three of us for sure. I would can only assume all four.
Same, absolutely.
But yeah, everyone who comes in is like, are you kidding me? We're getting an opportunity to do this, and now with some of the shows we're working on now, it's got this legacy of what we've done for 20 years. That people are kind of there are people who have come to this area to be in anime voice actors.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy.
People
to
are
me.
moving to town to do this.
That's so cool. That is so cool. I thought it was interesting. We were talking earlier what the original audience was and how it's grown, but the age group that originally.
Yeah, for sure. When we started working on Dragon Ball, we were definitely making a calculated effort to try to age the show down to make it a little bit more accessible to a younger audience.
And this wasn't entirely what Funimation even necessarily was striving for. This is also what Japan wanted. They wanted the show to be popular at all ages, if I'm not mistaken.
Sure,
right?
and to get it in at those time slots, there were certain elements of their storytelling that might exceed that particular age limit, at least for what this culture kind of feels is appropriate. But it's wild because the deeper subject matters of which we're covering in Dragon Ball are things like Pride Before the Fall. So they're, it's.
9,000 million, something like that. Continue on.
Putting self second to what the greater good is. It's a lot of high-minded kind of thoughts that you don't normally see in your Saturday morning cartoon.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
Plus, in 1998, there was still this concept that like cartoons were for children, cartoons were for kids. Now in Japan, anime has existed for a long time, and so the age group for a show can literally be like 6 to 100. Like everybody watches animation there. So there wasn't a mindset like for Americans in 1998 to kind of appreciate that stuff. So a lot of the efforts were made to kind of make the show appropriate for younger kids. Sometimes that was pretty difficult when you have characters like clearly drinking the mug of beer or something like that. You had to rotoscope in blue
liquid or something else,
grape juice or something like that. And there were these characters. They were these characters that were kind of like these demons down in hell, but they were like jovial. It was a comic book character, comical characters, but they wore these shirts that said HFIL. Technically they said HELL. They wore these
Yeah, hell. Continue on.
shirts that said hell on them. But we couldn't have a cartoon on the air in 1998 that had like cartoon characters with hell written on them. So they changed it to HFIL, and we called it Home for Infinite Losers.
Infinite Losers, yeah. Though I hadn't thought of that, but that's just me. Continue on.
And it just some of the changes we had to make were pretty funny, but that's been some of the coolest, most heartwarming thing about working on the show, because like in 1998, and I keep referencing that because that's when we started, 99, 2000. When we would go to conventions, we'd mostly be meeting young kids. Like we'd be meeting kids in their 7, 8, 9, 10 years old.
Wow.
And the show has continued all these years, and now we're going to conventions currently, and those kids are in their mid-20s, and their kids are watching it. So my heart has always been, even when I meet these kids and they're 25, I still imagine that they're like 8 years old, and I'm meeting like such an excitable kid that watched that show when they were a kid.
The 8-year-old comes out of them a lot of times when they come up.
And gets to conversate with their 8-year-old. That's what's so incredible, is that Dragon Ball by itself is a generational story. It tells the story of a kid and his friends, and then it literally follows him until he gets married. He has children of his own. So it's bizarre to be associated with a show that has these two generations in it, and while at the same time, through some weird happenstance or fate, we're also getting to entertain fans that are just the same age and age group that our lead character is in the show. So it's wild. It's a generational tale with a generational audience.
Plus, those kids are probably the last generation of kids. They are the last generation of kids that had to run home to watch something. Like there was no DVR back then. Kids were getting mad at their mother if they forgot to accidentally press the record button on the VHS or something like that.
Which I had at the time, but that was way out before I had DVRs back in 2005. Continue on.
Like these kids had to work hard for the show, and not only that, they didn't have Marvel movies back then.
Like Spider-Man came out in 2002. Spider-Man 2 came out in 2004. The other movies I have seen, Hulk came out in 2003. and other movies that things like that. But that's another story. Continue on.
Dragon Ball was their marvel. Yeah. Justin's known for a show that he directed called Yu Yu Hakusho that came on right after Dragon Ball Z. And a lot of your viewers will probably know Yu Yu Hakusho because right after Dragon Ball Z, it kind of introduced the universe to anime, and Yu Yu Hakusho took that and kind of took it to another level and said, all right, you think you understand anime? Let's take it one step up. And it was pretty cool.
It's, another thing that this audience got to grow up with and we got to kind of witness the change is that we were moving from VHS to DVD in the first 3 or 4 years. And one of the things that DVD brought to the table in entertainment for the first time was being able...
Then again, it was a great experience for DVDs when I got DVDs back in 2004. When I recorded this in 2006, early 2006, that was Easter 2006, that is. But it was a great experience for me to get to know DVDs that well. Now they have Blu-rays and 4K technology. Continue on.
Able to have multiple audio tracks on your one piece of video. And so when you're working with anime, which is of course originally in Japanese, to be able to have one media source that had both the original Japanese with a subtitle track as well as an English dub track, this was the first time that had ever happened. So for all the years prior to that, it was always VHS, which meant it was only had one audio track, which was always that English track. So yet again, another reason why it is that there was such an effort to try to age Dragon Ball down was selling these VHS tapes. This was all they were going to get. It wasn't really being aimed towards a quote-unquote anime audience. One didn't exist yet.
Wow. You talk about Yu Yu Hakusho moving on from Dragon Ball Z and kind of opening up the anime world to everyone. What role, if any, did y'all have in that process of picking what came in? Or
in my opinion, it felt like we were kind of being opened up to anime at the same time as our audience was. Because when, it was Dragon Ball, and as I recall, the first show that came in was one called Blue Gender, and then there was a Detective Conan, which I think we changed the name to Case Closed, which is another very kid-driven kind of show, and then Yu Yu Hakusho, Fruits Basket, Kitty Grade were among these first shows. So we were learning, we'd always known, intellectually there are other properties out there, but we hadn't necessarily seen them. We were spending all of our time watching Dragon Ball 100 times a day, so starting to see all these other shows and starting to see some of the stories that some of the other titles were telling. Like Chris was saying, it was kind of like upping our anime game, and then at the same time we were kind of being able to let our audience kind of grow up with that as well.
Were y'all familiar with Dragon Ball Z before y'all started working on it?
I had heard of it. I lived up in a town in Colorado for a bit, and several of the buddies that lived down the hall from us were big Dragon Ball fans and Vista the North Star fans, which is another anime. And excuse me. So they kind of introduced me to a lot of that stuff, and it was pure irony that I would move to the town that they were actually recording at.
Wow. Yeah, the Dragon Ball. I'd never heard of Dragon Ball Z. I'd only watched same thing, Fist of the North Star. The only ones you could get in Blockbuster at the time.
Oh, wow.
Fist of the North Star, Ghost in the Shell.
Some Lupin movies.
Maybe a couple of those. There wasn't much. There wasn't a whole lot in the video store for that kind of thing. So when I worked on Dragon Ball, it was fresh for me. I had no idea.
So doing the voice, we had Chris Rager on and Carrie Edwards in an earlier episode. And Chris really talked about improv, how much that helped him in this. And also they were talking about as they record, and they were doing a little bit, how physical it is.
Yeah, very.
That you really get animated and physical when you're doing those voices. And I thought that was fascinating to see that process.
Well, I don't remember exactly when it occurred, but when doing reactions, if there's movement in your reaction and in a sound, and to me at least, what embodies more of that action is when you feel I guess this is all on video, but when you're coming in with a punch and you're swinging in like so, the sound varies. It changes as there's an impact, there's a buildup, there's all of these little things. You don't think of that until you start hearing a scream incorrectly or a fight that doesn't, where it's just the it starts to sound very repetitive. It starts to, I mean, there's a musical element to all of these screams and yells and the reactions and the sound effects and the music that are playing. But yeah, the world of reactions is one I had no idea before getting into this.
It's pretty funny, actually. I joke about how, like, I know exactly what a fight sounds like, but I've never been in a fight. Like, I've never punched another human being before. So, like, all of it is just like, I know when a fight doesn't sound right, even though I've never really actually been in one myself. I certainly know when it doesn't feel right. But a lot of it is physical, because part of what you're doing in anime is, like, you're watching the screen. That's probably, anime, it gets a kind of a, it's, in the past, it's been categorized as like, well, there's Simpsons prelay anime, and then prelay cartoons, and then there's anime. But now anime is kind of like neck and neck with all these. So many, the popularity is kind of indistinguishable at this point. But the beautiful thing about working in anime, as opposed to other types of cartoons, because other cartoons you might come in and you've got the whole script, you've got the whole cast, and you're kind of joking around and making it up, and they animate to that. There's a freedom and a joy in doing that kind of work. But anime is cool because you get to wear headphones, and you have all the music and the sound effects, and everything is right in your face. You have a lot of the times you have the completed show in your headphones. And if you're a musical type of person, which a lot of people I've found in anime who are good at dubbing tend to be kind of musical in nature, that's a cool thing. You feel like you're adding your part to a vocal track.
Right.
And so when you're watching a character on the screen move around, you just instinctively kind of do what your character's doing. Now, granted, you have to use good mic technique, and you can't, like, drift too far from the microphone. But yeah, when you're, like, I've found times when, like, my character's, like, Vegeta's holding out his arm, and he's like, Final Flash, or whatever, and the people who know Dragon Ball know that's not actually what Final Flash looks like. But, like, if the character's holding out your hand, you feel like it doesn't help the sound at all, but you feel like you have to do the same thing as your character is doing, and when you're charging up, you'll do the same thing. And when you're finished with recording a long episode of that, you feel as beat up as those characters feel.
I liken it to karaoke.
Okay.
Most folks have gone to a karaoke event or have heard that or seen that, and for whatever reason, even if they're a great singer, it doesn't seem to capture what was the original recording. You know, they just don't quite sound like Clapton and Cream, or they just don't quite sound like the Kinks or whatever it is you're doing. And the reason why is because well it's not. You're adding your voice in on top there, and if you had a director that was there, probably an anime voice director, they'd be like, okay, gotta really energize this one and pump that up towards you, and that's where all that feeling and that that intensity is really coming from. So one of the biggest things I learned working in anime is that this idea of, like, as an actor, you read your lines, you memorize your lines, practice your part, kind of build your character, and then come in and perform. It's really not that at all. There is a real reliance on the voice director because the other fact is you don't have all those other actors there with you. So you're not acting with 2 or 3 other people. You're just by yourself, and there very well may not even be another voice recorded. All the music and sound effects may be there, but all your conversations are just your part.
Wow.
So leaning on the voice director who kind of knows that show and knows kind of where to lead you when you start getting into some of those fight reactions or even just the line reads, because the voice director is the one who kind of understands how that whole conversation is going to play out before they've recorded the first voice. So
how long did it take you to get used to that? Being by yourself and just being directed, and even the physical aspect. I mean, at the beginning, were you doing all the hand motions, or did you just kind of let go and kind of release yourself on that?
I mean, it's hard to say, because at first when you're in there's no doubt that it's like when you go into the booth for the first time, it's an unnerving experience. Like all early actors have that experience where you've got the headphones on, you're hearing some people, like, luckily some of us came from radio and doing that kind of stuff, so we're used to hearing our voices on headphones. Some people aren't used to that.
Sometimes that's the first time they've heard their voice through a set of headphones.
And so you feel like you're really in your own head, like literally hearing your own voice. You've got all this stuff happening. You're watching video and you're hearing like 3 beeps before your videos, and then you got the script in one monitor or on a piece of paper when we first started, and then the screen up here, and you're trying to chase both things and turn the page and stuff, and so at that in those early days, you were just trying to kind of get through your line, But once you do it for a while, it's like whenever I'm instructing new people or teaching a class on it or something like that, a lot of what I tell them is like, it's kind of like once you've learned to ride the bike and everything like that, once you've gotten all of those things out of the way, once you get all that weird technical stuff, that's when it gets really fun because I don't think about anything at all when I'm in the room except for what is that line, how do I want it to sound, and what exactly is that character doing, and I don't have to think like the beeps come naturally, where I'm on the microphone comes naturally, my breathing comes naturally. It's just when you get all that down and you become really good at it, that's when you can really focus on dialing in like the smallest things, looking for little changes when the character moves his head or sits down on a chair, picks something up. You want to add you want to add something into your voice that kind of informs that.
And it's those little moments, and I know it sounds silly, it's not the soliloquy, it's not the killer fight, it's the fact that the actor tagged some little reaction perfectly as they were saying their line and their character sat down in the chair, and you could hear that little moment where, whatever in their voice, there was something there that matched up with that sitting down action that the character had, and it's those moments that literally just breathe the life into the character. It's really crazy.
Wow.
Do you know what he's talking? Kind of get what I'm talking about?
I do.
Because if you see on the screen, like some character is telling the story, and then he sits down to tell the rest of the story or whatever. To watch that on screen, and you don't have you're not physically doing that.
Right.
The fun part is trying to inform trying to make that decision to make that voice sound as realistic as possible. But to get back to your original point, it was super awkward at first. I'm not sure how much posing or whatever I did at the start, but once you get into it, once you've kind of learned the basics of it, it's all about how can you make the performance the best.
Well, I think that's fascinating what you're talking about. Were you thinking like that at the beginning about what it was when they sat down in a chair? I mean,
absolutely not.
Yeah, at the beginning. Yeah, what I was thinking about at the beginning is, man, I hope I get here today on time.
And then once we got that down, it was more like, gosh, I hope I can read this line to the end. Because a lot of what anime is, and a lot of this dubbing stuff, it's an exercise in flash reading. Like, you don't get the script in advance. You don't get to watch the episode in advance. We do now with some of the programming we're doing now with Funimation, where it's where you will have a chance to, maybe if you're a main character, if you're prepared enough, you can go watch the episode online the day before you do it.
Wow.
But back I'd say 98% of cases, you get the script, they go, this is what your character is, and you go, all right, and they go, let's read the first line, here we go, and you just have to kind of bolt, and it's a lot of it's instinct.
How many characters do you all do? Not just Dragon Ball Z, but all the different anime.
Yeah, that's a long list.
Is that hard to keep all the characters?
They don't all come back.
When you're doing a new one, and when you're, how much are you involved in the creating of the?
A lot of us, when we're in the creation of the voice, a lot of the times it's either in your audition or when that director calls you in to go like, I want you to do this, and you go like, what is it? And they go, I don't know, take a look at it, and you go, okay, fine. They go, you get 5 seconds to figure it out.
That's it.
And then you just figure out what voice you want to do and just do it.
And you dial it in right there, or
you have to try and...
I mean, in most cases, a voice director, when they've made that choice, they've got an idea. They go, well, I know where Josh's voice sits, and I like that for this character, And so Josh comes in, and it's like, well, okay, here's the character, and he'll take a stab at it, and I may say, yeah, do you remember that character you did in? And I will bring up whatever show, and he may remember part of that, or maybe he'll remember it perfectly, or maybe I'll pull a reference. But yeah, no, it usually doesn't fall on the actor to it falls on the actor to come up with a voice, and they develop that. But if you're returning to a character that you did 4 years ago or whatever, in most cases they'll have a reference of, here's what you sounded like 4 years ago. Can you do that again?
Back when we were first doing it, though, we didn't have a lot of really great technology. Like in 98, 99, even up through 2003, we didn't have the best technology. So the concept of keeping a folder of lines on the desktop, you were going to use all 128 megabytes worth of your RAM just to keep it on the desktop. So we would do these things we would have these reference lines, like they wouldn't be able to play them for me all the time. I would just know that I had these lines that I could say in a character's voice. Like, well, Vegeta's didn't actually have a line. His was just screaming. It was like, ha, ha! I was like, yep, I'm in character. And then, but I remember, like, I could probably, like, remember all
brother.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's
that was
every time
right.
Justin comes in to record, he'll say that line before he starts.
That is true. I forgot all about that. Yeah, Barry would get us really keyed up on. That's your reference line. Remember that line. That's
So you
what you
remember
say
one
at the
line.
beginning
and
of. Yeah.
And with Kami is like, Piccolo, we are one. I bet every recording that's been of Kami has always had that at the beginning of the session, because I'm just like, that's how I know. Piccolo.
Get into it.
And Elise Bowman, I remember hers just to annoy, like, she plays a character called Pan. Her reference line annoyed the crap out of me, because she would come in and she'd go, cheeseburgers. Cheeseburgers. Stop that, please.
Go-to.
But yeah, back before technology was so great that you could have a pile of MP3s on the desktop to remind you of what your line was. It was, yeah, you had to.
Oh, and cheeseburgers part, that was one of my public characters' favorite foods. Continue on.
Kind of keep it all kind of in your head. Fortunately, we hadn't done 600 voices back then just yet. Like, we were only on, we were back only in the teens of voices, like 10 or 20 voices back in those days. So,
what's the hardest voice you've had to do?
Easily, like easily Vegeta in Dragon Ball Z. He's got this scratchy quality when he talks. So even just talking kind of hurts your voice after a while. And it was the same with his and Raditz. Like, where just to make the voice, you have to throw twice as much air into it. You have to rattle the back of your voice box a little bit just to speak it, and then you add all the fighting and the screaming and stuff on top of it. And the fact that these characters are always angry and always yelling, and then it made for painful sessions.
Some of the real low-voiced characters that scream a lot can be tough.
Mm-hmm.
A lot, just in that lower, down here, it's such a low register, and then screaming like that.
Mm-hmm.
That can hurt.
And are you having to hydrate and walk? I mean, what are you doing and prepare your voice for that? I mean, are you just... Do you blow them out? There
are probably different approaches here.
Yeah.
Well, that's another thing about Texas. We don't worry about things like safety. But it's true, though. Like in California, like when we started working with a lot of actors from California and so forth, they'd come in with their 40-liter bottle of water and nectar and
I never understood all that stuff.
They bring in their 40 tea packets and lemons and a whole basket of honey and stuff like that. We're just like, oh, sorry, you need that stuff? Okay, cool. Yeah, whatever, take a break. We don't need that. There is a product though that a lot of people use, and I use at this point.
Okay.
And it's probably not going to interfere with any of your sponsors on this show, because it's a Chinese herb called Ninjong Pa Pei Kwa or something like that. And it's this loquat and honey liquid that a lot of actors use. They call it Hulk juice, where if you've hurt your voice really badly, you can eat some of this stuff. You can find it on Amazon or whatever, or wherever you buy your products. But it's this almost loquat honey packet that'll soothe your voice if you've kind of screwed it up.
I got pass on this one. Continue on.
I give it to other actors. I don't need it myself.
I prefer cigarettes and whiskey.
Yeah, there you go.
No thanks. Continue on.
I did theater when I was in high school, and I got an opportunity to see Jesus Christ Superstar in '94. The guys who had done the movie were touring and doing a touring live show of it. And so I met Ted Neely and Carl Anderson, who were the actors in the 72 Norman Jewison musical movie.
Sure.
And so when I met Ted Neely, who has a fantastic song in that musical called Gethsemane, and it's just way up there in the stratosphere, and man, he just nails it. Anyway, so at the conclusion of the show, he and all the other cast members were outside the back of the theater signing autographs, as most times can happen at those kinds of things. And I asked him, how do you hit those notes? How do you nail that stuff out? he's apparently a drummer, and he was telling me he was started a drummer and couldn't afford a PA system in their junior high band that they were in, and so he would just sing, just scream above the drums and the PA system, or above the guitars and the drums. And that's he said that's how I got my chops ready for what I'm doing now. Wow. So hearing that as a junior in high school,
this is gonna be my reaction to post-credit scene. Continue on.
I guess somewhere along the lines, I adopted a similar personality. Yeah, just scream and yell, just scream and yell.
That's true.
The convention. What was it like when you went to your first one? I mean, you've probably seen.
Oh, dude.
The audience reaction, the crowd.
We have such good stories about those. Because before I was on Dragon Ball, I'd never even been to a convention. I don't think I've ever been to a convention of any sort. Not even like the Houston, Texas air conditioning and heating convention or anything like that. I didn't even know that the concept of a convention even existed. Like
Gremlins was my only association to conventions. When the dad is at the Inventors Convention, and I was, oh, that's a convention, or but like outside of movies, same thing.
I wasn't even smart enough to know what that was.
To know what, I had no idea.
So they told you.
I think the first convention we went to was in like 1999. It was. Let's see, myself and the guy named Sean Schimmel, he's the voice of Goku on the show. Okay. Stephanie Nadolny was the voice of Gohan, and Sonny Strait, the voice of Krillin. We went to San Diego Comic-Con. So we went from like never going to a convention before to going to what is like, at the time the largest convention in at least the largest pop culture convention of all time. And we just didn't know what to expect. I didn't know. I was like, hey, it's a free trip to California. I'm like, I'm in. Whatever. Like, back in those days, Funimation had no money, so they put us all in this, like, basically all in one hotel room at, like, the base of the very base of the LAX airport. Like, the plane would fly over, like, 50 feet over our head, and we'd all carpool in, and then we went to the show, and we had a 4-hour-long line of people waiting, and I was like, for us? Like, is this a joke? Am I on candid camera? What's happening here? And so it was a trip to see that, because I guess it was the first time the voice cast had ever been to a convention before. And I think that's what started a lot of things. Now we go to conventions almost every weekend. Well, some of us do. Like I say almost every weekend. That's what my wife believes. But it's like half the weekends of the year I go to conventions because it's a great way to interact with fans and kind of. There's a closer connection we have to the fan base because some of those shows we're working on now, like Full Metal Alchemist, My Hero Academia, and a lot of the more popular anime that are happening right now, they're happening very close to when they're being dubbed very close to when they happen in Japan. Maybe sometimes 2 weeks, sometimes simultaneously in some of these cases. And so we go and we meet people, and it's like being on The Walking Dead or like the Breaking Bad or something like that. You get to work on a show, and then next week people get to see it on television. And it's pretty fun to interact with people, to hear their impressions of it. Because back when we started, we would record them, and it might be like, heck, it might be a year later by the time anyone even got it on a VHS tape, and then another year before we met those people. So it's a...
Well, and then we're also working on a show that had been animated probably 4 to 5 years prior to when we were working on it, from when it was animated originally. So the marketplace, and perhaps a lot of this can be attributed to Dragon Ball, but the marketplace for this particular type of entertainment, anime, has drastically changed. I mean, like you were saying, it used to take a year and a half. It would take 16 months in some cases to get a program from when we began dubbing it to when it was completely released on VHS. And then there's VHS, DVD. Sorry. And then there was the advent of moving from those single sticks with 4 episodes on it to when we were releasing 12 episodes per release. So, I mean, really the whole market has changed so much over the last 20 years. Duh. But, you know.
And now we get to meet people immediately. We get that fan feedback, like, almost immediately after recording those shows. Sometimes it's like, feels like this symbiotic thing where you're doing the best thing possible for your fan base, and the fans kind of really respond to that well, and you don't want to let them down. So anytime there's a good moment, you feel like you're not just... We used to feel like we're just trapped in this vacuum that eventually some people might see this show, but to now we're engaging with people who've just seen what you worked on a week ago.
Absolutely.
Well, and Kara talked about, I mean, she's met people that's inspired her, that your show has affected people's lives. What you do.
Completely.
I think that's amazing. Can you think of a story that someone or a fan that's stuck with you?
We've done a couple of shows, but for me, probably one of the most memorable ones was doing an anime convention on Kadena Air Force Base and then the Marine Base out there in Okinawa, Japan. So that really blew my mind, was to fly almost back to where all of this comes from and meet with 50,000 American troops that are over there stationed, and there's a couple of things that occur to me, and I think occur to anybody that finds himself in that situation. One, our military is way younger than you think. That's the first one.
Yeah, right.
You're way older. That's what I figured out. Than I thought. But I mean, my gosh, going all the way out there and finding that our English dub of a Japanese cartoon is what are making these American GIs in Japan feel at home. That's twisted. That's twisted.
That's very cool.
Yeah, there's so many people we've met over the years that have really been inspired by. Like I met some of them just really make are heart wrenching, because Dragon Ball is a long show. Close to 300 episodes of the original kind of Dragon Ball Z show, and people would watch it because it's so long, and it was because it's very serial in nature, and there wasn't anything quite like it. A lot of people, when they were going through traumatic experiences at home, would kind of escape into that, or when a lot of people in hospitals, when they have to do extended several months of treatments for things, chemotherapy and whatnot, getting through these hospital stays, watching these characters who kind of train you to like stick it out, like try and find a new level. Doesn't matter how hard the pain is. Coming close, like one of the themes is like the closer you come to death, the more strong you become afterwards. So a lot of these people took these messages and inspired themselves to become better. Like there's two cases that really get to me. One poor kid has passed since, but there was a kid who was younger, running through the kitchen. His mother was cooking. He bumped into her and she spilled boiling water all over his arm, and just burned him completely, melted his body away at the top. When I met him, he was in his 20s.
Wow.
Every single part of his body that wasn't almost gone, like flesh, was absolute muscle. And the dude's like a black belt in karate, because he watched Dragon Ball when he was in there, and he knew he was just trying to make himself get better. And the guy's like an expert martial artist. He's got missing like parts of flesh here, but every other part was a completely toned, muscular martial artist. And then the other kid that really inspired me was a kid who was playing out by his house and bumped into an Africanized bee hive.
Wow.
And he's allergic to bees. And he got stung
Really? He's allergic to bees? Damn! I did not know that. I mean, I was stung by a bee once, in 2010, and all of a sudden I was scared at this moment. So that's just a scary ride for bees. Continue on.
over 300 to 500 times, and he survived by pretending that he was Vegeta and powering up the whole time during the thing, and he survived the attack. And I reached out to his family after I found out about it, and then invited him to come to a convention. He's kind of got some pretty bad PTSD, clearly, as you would have from that sort of thing, but it was Dragon Ball that gave him the inspiration to kind of like charge up and power through it. And he survived because of our show, and that's pretty crazy to me.
When you asked the question, you were asking us for these stories here about these people inspired, and in Chris's explanation that he just gave to that answer, he kind of snuck in the stories that inspired him.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the things that I get blown away by, is that I've been working on this show for a very long time, and I've certainly met people who the inspiration they've gotten from this show has been more inspiration for me than the show has been for me, which makes me wonder, am I watching the show wrong? What am I not picking up? But I mean, the fans for Dragon Ball, for Yu Yu, for all of these shows are, gosh, they've got to be the best in the world, really.
They are.
And that there's certainly no stronger, I don't know, there's nothing that makes me work harder than coming in Monday morning after having spent 3 days with fans at some city across America who have literally spent their whole weekend waiting in lines, waiting to meet us. I mean, that'll send you back to Monday morning ready to scream at the top of your lungs, and you don't care if you lose your voice.
At these conventions, these kids in these lines, they're not, like, I say kids, they're on their 20s now. These people in these lines, they're not on their phones.
No.
Like, they're all talking to each other, man. They're all here they're all waiting in these lines at conventions. They're all here for a similar, they all like the same show. They're all waiting to see the same persons. They have a lot in common, and people make lifelong friends waiting in lines at conventions. It's a very social thing.
It's fascinating. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to do this show. I went through the same experience with Barney. I was a guy who'd never been in a costume. I'd never done any of this stuff. Same thing. I got in the costume. I didn't know how to dance, and I learned all that. I was 23 years old. All of a sudden, I started realizing the responsibility of it. Because I've gone to hospitals and seen kids and these things, and it changed my life. I didn't realize it at the time. And I got to wonder what it's like for you when you're seeing this kid or these kids that, saved their lives and did the things they did. It's kind of heavy at times if you think about it, and how when you're doing your job, sure, it's not just a job. The paycheck's great and all of that, but you're affecting people's lives.
Wow.
Yeah. There's a lot of people will come up, they don't even have to tell me what their story is. They'll just walk up and go, this show meant a lot to me.
Sure.
And I look them in the eye, and I can see their entire history.
Yeah, right.
Like, your show raised me, and I'll stand up, I'll shake their hand, I go I'm with you on that. This show raised me. Like this, I've been working on this show half of my life now. Like half of my entire life, I've been working on Dragon Ball and these anime shows.
Yeah.
So I've grown up with this. So in a way, it was kind of part of my family. So it's like when your mom tells you something, it doesn't mean as much as like when someone else can come in and tell you the same exact thing. Maybe that's why Dragon Ball never made me lose weight. But everyone I meet at the store, like at the convention, they're all like, I work out every day at Dragon Ball. I turn that show on, and it pushes me to lift 8,000 pounds. I'm like, man, I wish that show could motivate me to get out of bed sometimes.
The show did motivate us to get out of bed.
That's true.
It was just get out of bed and sit in a chair.
Yeah.
Or scream in a booth.
But yeah, there's a responsibility there, and I think our legacy on this show is going to be how much effort we put into it over the years. And it may not have the world's best acting in it. It may not have it may not be the best story ever told, but we threw our guts into it. We left our flesh from our voices on those microphones that we recorded on. Microphones, oddly enough, that looked exactly like this, with a stand exactly like this, like kind of a swing arm like this in the booth. But that's what I think that's what we're known for. We never kind of held back and only gave our second best. We always strived to do the best we could possibly do.
There was always a feel of what we were doing every day was somehow unique, somehow important, and that we were lucky to be doing it.
Yeah, and it's only now that we're getting this feedback from fans, and in fact, it's only now that we're starting to get feedback from our Japanese partners. And there've been some new Dragon Ball movies that have come out over the last several years, and I remember it really touched me when the Japanese came and watched the film with us, and they came and talked to us afterwards and said, "You guys are the cast of Dragon Ball in America," and that meant so much to us because we always held the Japanese version of it on this pedestal, that's them. These guys are way up here, and we're just down here, kind of in the trenches. But when they told us that our version is what made Dragon Ball successful in America, that really meant something to us because we were just kind of in a vacuum doing our thing, trying to do our best. But now that we've met everybody, it's a different story.
So you've met the original cast. Have you met
some of them
that have played?
I mean, some of us.
And what was that like? What was that experience like?
I mean, it's funny how much I have found that, like, Ryo Horikawa is an example, the guy who plays the voice, the Japanese voice of Vegeta. I've met him, I've become friends with him, and I've actually gone to Japan to teach a workshop, because he has a acting school in Japan, and he's come to my studio to work on stuff here in America. And what's funny is that I always assumed that when the Japanese were recording Dragon Ball Z, they literally had this entire network of people that were standing over them going like, here's exactly what your character should sound like in this moment. And the creator of the show would be there and they'd check a box and they go, that was perfection, check mark. Like, that was awesome, congratulations. Turns out that his experience work on the show was very similar to mine. Like, he went in, the creator of the show wasn't there. The creator of the show is agoraphobic. He never leaves his house. Like, the creator of Dragon Ball Z, never leaves, like, he's never been seen in public.
Oh, really? Really? Never seen in public, huh? So, what's going on with Dragon Ball Z career? So, does this mean Dragon Ball Z career is, I mean, let me go ahead and see what's going on with Dragon Ball Z career right now. Dragon Ball Z. And I wonder who created that. Okay. Anime. It is... Oh, I see. It goes by the name Akira Toriyama. Yeah, as you mentioned before. It was born in 1955, age 64. Continue on.
He would just come into the sessions and he wasn't sure if his character was going to be alive a week from now. He's like, I looked at all the other characters, they're all dead, so I didn't think I'd be around this long. But yeah, it's really fun to meet someone for like their counterpart from another country that's worked on the same show, and you both have your own connection with the same character. And what's weird is that in some cases, in a lot of cases, they were the same feeling about the same character, even though you weren't in the same room or had the same director. Another example is Josh here. When we cast him as Majin Buu, we just cast him because we thought his voice of Pillsbury Doughboy was really funny, right? Like, he was in a comedy troupe, did this Pillsbury Doughboy voice. I'm like, that would be really funny for a big fat pink character. And what's weird is we hadn't even heard the Japanese voice of it. And when we eventually did, we're like, whoa, that's pretty darn close. Like, that we were pretty lucky. We found the same voice all these miles away without any connection with one another. So,
do you try to stay true to what they're, as much as possible?
I think there's more of a thought to that now than there used to be. I think a big reason though for that is the fact that now we're dubbing for streaming. Okay. And I would say that 10 years ago, maybe even 15 years ago, we were really dubbing for DVD. And then before that, it was dubbing for VHS. So those three things are different. And during that DVD stage, that's when our audience, as well as ourselves, were getting incredibly associated with the Japanese original soundtrack. And so I think it was probably during that early 2000s, mid-2000s, that there began to be a much stronger focus on, well, let's listen to kind of the color palette, the audible color palette that was used in the Japanese version. We'll base ours off of that. And we've had a lot of success kind of casting in that.
It depends. It varies from director to director. A lot of times when I'm working on a show, my goal is to make sure it's as enjoyable to watch in English as it is to watch in Japanese. Luckily, we have really good translators for that work on these shows and really good writers that adapt them. So you don't have to worry as much about like whether it's accurate or not. Back in the earliest days, we weren't sure if it was accurate or not because we never saw good translations, and the writers didn't have the mission to stick to as close to the Japanese intention as possible. It was just make it sound cool.
Weren't we also using the Mexican, the Spanish dub?
The video if you tried to play the video that we were recording to, it would actually be Spanish because we couldn't get the Japanese materials. But the translations were still the Japanese translations, and they were really bad back then. But yeah, right now, like Funimation, particularly, is really good at being able to achieve all of those things at once. And I think it goes back to what I was talking about earlier. We've gotten so good at the process of making it that now we can kind of zero in and kind of zero in and focus on what's important. That's like keeping people who are fans of the Japanese happy, and people who are who just want to like do their homework and listen to an anime and not have a chance to watch it, something for them as well.
You know, and another thing to consider on all of this stuff is that a lot of those translators are they've been doing this now for 20 years.
Yeah.
A lot of these voice actors have been doing it for 20 years, and it turns out that when you do a thing that amount of time, in most cases, you turn out to be pretty good at it.
Yeah.
So now you guys are also doing video games. So what's the difference in that? Is it harder? Is it easier? Is it?
I think it's profoundly harder in a lot of ways. Not with all games, but I'd say it's harder. Actually, I'm trying to find a balanced answer to this, but I'd say video games are harder than anime because anime, at least your aggressive stuff is spread out over 20 minutes, and you have maybe a couple days to do it. But in video games, we have to do an entire series worth of like sounds and reactions and on fire reactions and blasting reactions and like punching, like let's get 30 punching reactions, let's get 30 being punched reactions, let's get 30 being punched harder reactions, 30 like flying through the air reactions, and it's exhausting, grueling work, and the timelines are really crunched, and you typically have to move kind of fast. So that's, I mean, from a vocal stress standpoint, the games are definitely harder than anime.
For sure. And remember, most of the way the anime is being dubbed nowadays is we're dubbing it, as it's coming out. So you're not working on 12 episodes at once. You're working on one episode this week. Wow. So, Chris comes in to record All Might this week. It may not be, but for only 30 minutes.
Yep.
But yeah, doing a video game, you're going to be hitting it hard for about 3 or 4 hours, if not more.
Dude. Or days. Yeah, sometimes there are times when I can't even record more than an hour of it because it'll just be it'll be the day I come in, they go, yeah, we're doing all the fighting today, and I get an hour into it, my voice is already hurting.
And is that something they call, they can see your voice is tiring out, or you call it?
If you have a nice director, they do. If you don't, it's like, I'm sorry, it's only been an hour, why don't you just keep going? But
also, you're talking about shows now that it, the three of us have been working on for quite some time. Sure. So you can kind of look at it and go, well, Chris has got to look. This is going to be him screaming the whole time. You're going to get an hour, maybe 90 minutes out of him. That's all you're going to get, and so we'll schedule it based off of that knowledge.
Now. Yeah, totally.
I'm thinking about it when you're talking about the video game and you're talking about some of these things you have to do, like flying through the air. Is that something you got to think about? Do you need a moment? Can you just automatically do? I'm thinking, well,
I can automatically.
That sound like?
You can test me if you want.
Okay, you are flying through the air, and then you fly through 3 trees before you finally hit a mountain and explode.
Wow. I don't know. I don't know what to do here. I don't know. Let's continue on.
Perfect.
Let's print one.
that.
No, I'm not good with the direction part.
Oh, come on. Josh, give him one.
You crash through a mall, and you pick up a pair of 36 Slims from the Gap.
Okay.
You get some Dippin' Dots, and then you look for your card.
Oh, wow. Okay, and I'm fighting during this, right?
Yes.
All right, okay. She said, oh, nice shoes. Oh, hold on a second. Those were pants, actually. Never mind. 36 Slim, please. Ow! Oh, Dippin' Dots, thank you. And he lands in the parking lot. At least I have my pants and which won't fit me shortly after I eat all these Dippin' Dots.
Chris Savage.
You can find this show on Spotify and iHeart, but you've got to see this on YouTube too, because you've got to see what you just had here. As we end this show, I want to ask you guys a question. What's been your favorite thing about being part of not only just Dragon Ball Z but anime?
These fans. That's bar none, far and above. That's the best part of doing this job. At first it was, wow, we get to do something creative, but realizing, again, like we talked about, there's this responsibility to this fan base, to this group, and to a degree being beholden to them is a privilege.
Yeah, I'd say just having this ability to kind of grow up in this industry and get to experience voice acting from a time when it wasn't as hard to get into as it is now. You know, people come up to me and are like, how do you get into that? I'm like, I don't have a clue. Like, I was just super, super lucky to get in when I did. Just the ability to grow up in that business, to make mistakes and get to be silly, to get to work on a show when you're just in your early 20s and you get to work with your friends and you just kind of joke around and make something awesome, and then you don't even you make it without a lot of ego, or just for the sake of doing it. Like, I loved being able to work on this show before we even knew that we had fans.
Yeah.
Because it just allowed us to kind of do it and not think about like how it's being perceived. We just got to make it the way we wanted to make it. I'm very lucky that they chose Dallas or actually technically North Richland Hills as the place they wanted to set up shop, because if they had done it in LA, I wouldn't have been cast. It would have been somebody else. And sure, we may not have made a fortune doing it, but boy, we've all just had a wealth of knowledge and a wealth of experience, and have flown all over the world to meet people, and I think the coolest gift I have is that I can scribble on a piece of paper and give it to my friend who wants to give it to their friend who loves something so much, and it's such an easy transaction to make, and they're so grateful, oh, thank you so much. I'm like, dude, you realize I'm just writing my name on this, it's not a high pressure thing, but the ability to have gotten to experience and grow and then kind of grow into this, and now, thank goodness, when we're finally good at it, we have a fan base that acknowledges us, and we get to perform for them on a weekly basis. That's we couldn't have done it a better way. It's the coolest thing ever.
I think they see it, though. I love how you talk about how you throw it all out there. You take your voice, this is so serious to you, and I think that's what's so important for the fans, right? They're spending their money, they're passionate about this, but you guys just aren't punching the clock.
They can tell, just like they can tell.
Never punched a clock.
Right? Just like they could tell with Barney whether or not we were phoning it in. They can tell that you guys, everybody else on the product, aren't phoning it in.
Yeah. It's so funny. You punch in a clock. I remember back in the days when they were just begging us to turn in our timesheets. We're I don't know, just 120 hours, I don't know.
It's always tough getting a timesheet from us, that's for sure.
This has been an absolute pleasure. I have enjoyed having you guys here and hear this and see this other world, and thank you so much.
Dude, thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
So, once again, thank you for being here on Purple Roads. Remember to keep your eyes, ears, and your heart open, and you'll find your Purple Road. I love you all, and I look forward to seeing you next week.
So that was Purple Roads, episode 5. What do I think about this episode? It was amazing. So far, this episode went to be a success. Anyways, guys, double episode of LJPCBM, episode 4 and 10. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned for the next one, which is going to be Purple Roads Podcast, episode 6. But until next time, Mr. Jerry's goodbye, peace out, baby. We get more LJPCBM episodes with you guys very soon. Till then, Jefferson out. See ya.
Okay, it's done. And let me just edit this real quick. Yes. Got it. Got it. I'll be back for dinner right after I go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
and Meatloaf had an...
So here we go. Like we've been into the song, so if everybody wants...
$19 more minutes left. I'll be right back for more food. I'm going to do 2 more food reviews and I'll wrap up the day. I will see you when I come back. Hey guys, I'm back. So, what happened was, I was decided to tape food reviews episodes 136 and 137. So I figured, you know what, screw it. I have to tape food reviews on my iPad instead of my normal webcam, because I want to get this out of the way first in order to do this. So without further ado, let's begin this episode right now. So we got, shall we? So we got till then, so everybody can see my Pink Floyd shirt and get this ready to go. Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to Food Reviews, episode 136. And today we're having some Airheads. The 9 bars. These
One's a strawberry, something like that. One's a cherry. Yeah, I misspoke. Yes, I'm talking to my mom about this and my stepdad. The other one's a blueberry, one's a watermelon, one is a mystery. Ooh, wonder what it is. See what we got. So let's eat this now. See what we got, shall we? See what we got. I have to open it. Oh, not all the way. Anyway, let's open this up. Blueberry first. I can't bring out the whole pack of blueberries. That's a no-no. Cherry second. Watermelon third. Mystery. Mystery last. So I wonder what it is. So let's eat the blueberry now. See what we got, shall we? See what we got. I mean, the white mystery, so I wonder what it is. Really? I can't open this up? Okay, never mind. I got it open. I wonder what this blueberry, this cherry look like. I had tasted the blueberry. It tastes delicious. So I wonder what it would be. I might eat all together because like Drew and Jack did because that's a no-no. So otherwise, Mom would be mad at me and say, "Luke, why did you eat all of it?" And I'll tell her I'm sorry. So that's not gonna be happening. So there you go. Just only one in one bite. So we'll be good. Come on. Seriously? This is like a tongue, so I'm gonna try it out. I can resist, but anyway. Wow. I should notice that. Really, because watermelon is one of my toothbrushes. It tastes good. Toothpaste is delicious, but anyway. But I'm gonna eat this now. Now last, I'm going to open up the mystery. Now, this mystery is a huge mystery because, for two reasons. One, I haven't eaten this yet, and I have to know which one it is to be open and figure out what it is at the moment. It's kind of like a present. So, see what we got. It's not like Zombies version of Skittles, something like that, which is more stupid, you know. So here it goes, nothing. I wonder. Oh, this is a white. This is a white taste. Oh, I thought it was a present for some reason, but it's a milk size. But, see how it tastes. It's not bad. Looks different than the other ones, but we'll see. It kind of reminds me of a white strawberry type. But I'm giving Airbuds, Airheads, something like that, what we call it, a 10 out of 10. Good job. But anyways, guys, that was some food reviews. Episode number 136. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned for the next food review, which is going to be... Oh, and Remix Plum sent me a message. But anyway, which is going to be Trick's cereal to be coming up with the movie called Trolls World Tour. And Remix, if you watch this right now, this is for you. But until next time, this is Jerry. Goodbye. Peace out, baby. We get more food reviews for you guys very soon. Till then, Jefferson out. See ya.
I'll be right back. Okay guys, I'm back, and now we're going to do food reviews, episode 137, and oh my god, I'm almost tripped. And we're going to be doing food reviews, episode 137, right about now. So here we go. And then after I wrap up, do some things, I may have to get going, because I may have to eat the cake after this editing process is over. So there you go. So let's do it now. See what we got, shall we? See what we got. Hello guys. This is Jerry speaking. Welcome to Food Reviews, episode 137. And today we're having Tricks cereal featuring the movie called Trolls World Tour with Marshmallows. Now, Trolls World Tour is a movie that will be released on April of 2020. Now, Remix, if you watch this right now, this is for you. And best quote in this movie so far in the back cover, stay in that and this. I will destroy all music. Except for one! Yeah! But anyway, love the trailer of the movie, but anyway, let's just eat those now and see what we got, shall we? See what we got. I haven't seen those in years now. And they're great, you know? That's just me. But anyway, after the food review is over, I'm gonna have cake for dessert. Because it's a carrot cake. So there you go.
So that was my cereal food review. I'm giving this a 10 out of 10 overall. And this movie and stay tuned when this movie coming out in theaters April of 2020. Anyways, guys, that was episode food reviews, episode 137. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned for the next one, which is going to be Recess Jokes, episode 31, for real this time. But until next time, this is Jerry saying goodbye. Peace out, baby. We get more food review episodes for you guys very soon. Till then, Jeff saying out. See ya. So I'm done with the episode. Now what we need to do is edit the projects, respectively. And we're done with projects for the rest of the day. And all you have to do is let's say, import the projects like this, for example. Let's say, add that. Completed, yes. I'm going to go ahead and edit the projects now. And go ahead and figure out what's going on next, you know. I'm not opening this up, so there you go. 136 is and let me type it in as an episode number. Real quick. Tastes a little spicy when I eat this white mystery stuff. But anyway, let's go ahead and type the episode. Come on, hurry up, man. I need to get this spawn, otherwise I'll lose my strength here, man. Good. It's done. It's done. But anyway, let's go ahead and do this here real quick. One 146 is going to be Airheads 9-bar pack. And all you have to do is complete it with this. Get this out of the way. I misspelled it wrong. I misspelled Marsh wrong. But, oh well. I guess I try. With from Trolls World Tour. And then what we gotta do is have this out of the way. Done here. Okay. Yeah. And let me check. Let's see if it's already done. Check. Candidate. Marine Rounds will be waiting another time. One was done. Just wait until endpoint time be over. And we'll wrap up this up. After I'm done with, we'll wrap up with importing. So, there you go. Let me check and see if it's finished importing. Wait, it's going to send it to another hour? Really? Come on, man. But, guess I tried. Oh, okay, that was kind of not extended then. Thank God it's over. Okay, 45 minutes now. Okay. Good enough. 39 minutes. Good enough. And, oh man. But anyway, once the 20 minutes are up, then we'll, oh, now it's telling me it's 19 minutes. That was quick! Okay. But anyway, let me go ahead and finish where we left off. Yeah, let me do this thing, but, you know,
we're gonna wrap up LJPCBM 2020 with the day number 27 right now. I'd like to thank you all for watching day number 27, and I'll see you for day number 28. See ya!